Hello, class. Good morning, class. Can you hear my voice? How are you this morning? Can you type yes in the chat box? Okay, so I'm so sorry to say that this morning my camera is broken, so I do not turn on my camera this morning, okay? We can still study online. Okay, so today we have unit number 5, pen. Okay, so please turn your book to page 28 and 29. Okay, so first, we have the small parts. Can you work with a partner? Which of these parts of the body do you think is the most sensitive to pain? Right? You number them from 1, the most sensitive, to 10, the least sensitive. Okay? So we have the back of your hand, cheek, fingertip, foot, forearm, forehead, nose, palm, upper palm, and upper lip, upper arm, and upper lip. Okay, so on your piece of paper, can you number these body parts? Okay, from the most sensitive to pain to the least, okay, sensitive to pain. And then you can type your answers in the chat box, okay? Just have a guess. Number these body parts from 1 to 10, with number 1 is the most sensitive. And 10, from 10, 10 is the least sensitive. Okay, Jung Zhou thinks number 1 is fingertip. So what you think the fingertip is the most sensitive part, okay, to pain. So what's next? Number 2 is for hands. Okay, so remember, like there are no right or wrong answers for this part. It's just your opinion, okay? Or if you're not sure about your answer, you can Google your answer, okay? So we just like learn these body parts, like the back of your hand, cheek, fingertip, foot, forearm, foreheads. So sorry. Okay, so fore is the front part, forearm, the front part of your arm, and forehead is like the front part of your head. Nose, palm, upper arm, and upper lip. Upper, okay, I mean like above, right? In the above position. So we have like upper arm and upper lip. Okay, so I will skip part 2. I'll skip part 2 and part 3 because like if you like doing these 2 parts, you can practice by yourself. Now let's move on to the vocabulary part. Describing pen. Discuss these questions with a partner. So we have like 3 questions here. Number 1, are you good at dealing with pen? Number 2, do you have any special techniques to help you deal with pen? And question number 3, what is your experience of looking after people in severe pain? Okay, you can type your answer in the chat box. First one, okay, if you yourself have the pen, or if you see someone having the pen, what would you do in such a situation, right? Are you good at dealing with pain, right? And do you know any techniques to help you deal with pain? Okay, and what is your experience of looking after people in severe pain? So we answer question number 1 first. Are you good at dealing with pain? Can everyone type your answer in the chat box, please? Okay, so like let's say if you yourself have a pain, if you like you have like a back pain, right? So in that situation, what would you do, or are you good at dealing with it? And a back pain. If you say that you're good at dealing with pain, so for example, you have a back pain, so what would you do in such a situation? And type your solutions in the chat box. Can anyone suggest a solution in the chat box for me? Okay, so if you had a back pain, what would you do? If you think you're good at dealing with pain, or you should suggest a solution. Okay, so let's take a look at Jung Joe's answer. Okay, if it's not an open wound, I'll use ice or heat to ease the wound, to ease the pain, right? Thank you for your suggestion. Okay, so let's move on to question number 2. Do you have any special techniques to help you deal with pain? So according to Chungjo, we can use ice or heat, okay, to relieve the pain, right, to ease the pain. What else can you use, okay, to deal with pain? Do you have any special techniques? Okay, can you share your techniques in the chat box? Do you know any special techniques to deal with pain? Please type. Okay, so we can use ice, of course, can use heat. Okay, what else can we use to deal with pain? Oh, thank you for giving me your answer, Kim Nung. Of course, yes. For example, when I have a headache, I often put my finger on my forehead to relieve the pain. Good. Or I take painkillers to get over it. Like when it's my period, I often have abdominal pain, so I often use warm water to compress my abdomen. Use a pillow to press against my abdomen to relieve pain. Thank you for your suggestions. That's right. You can use ice, use hot water. Uh, we can even use like painkillers, okay, to relieve the pain. Okay, and question number 3. What is your experience of looking after people in severe pain? So have you ever looked after people in severe pain? Can you share your experience with me? Have you ever looked up for anyone in severe pain? Can you share your experience with me, okay? So I'm waiting for your answers, okay, in the chat box. Have you ever looked out for anyone in severe pain? And if yes, share your experience with me. Okay, class. So while waiting for you to type your answer in the chat box, okay, we just move on to the next part, part number 2. Can you match these words for types of pen with their descriptions? So today we learn these new words, okay? We learn some adjectives to describe pens. So number 1 we have like a throbbing pen. Number 2 a sharp pen. Number 3 burning pen. Number 4 slapping pen. Shooting pen. Dull ache. Gnawing pen. And number 8 we have a cramping pen. Okay? And on your right hand side, you have the definitions of these adjectives. Can you match, okay, like the adjective to the right definition, right? So which pen makes you feel like it is eating you? So you have a guess and you match the word to the right definition. Which pen travels fast along parts of your body, right? Which pen is steady and not too painful? So I'll give you 5 minutes for this task. Okay, so can you type your answer in the chat box for number 1, a throbbing pain? What is your guess for number 1, a throbbing pain? Okay, so Jingzhou thinks number 1 should be matched with C, right? So what C? You think, right, a throbbing pain is steady and not too painful. But the right answer for number 1 is F. Okay, so a throbbing pain comes and goes rhythmically, right? Rhythmically. Type by these new words in the chat box, a throbbing pain. Right, okay, so sometimes you feel the pain, like sometimes it just goes away and then it comes back, okay? So sometimes you feel the pain, but sometimes you don't feel the pain. That is called a throbbing pain. So we match number 1 with F. Very good. Thank you, Lan. Number 1, F. Okay, it comes and goes in episodes. Sometimes you feel the pain, but sometimes not, right? So we have a throbbing pain. 1 F. Number 2, a sharp pain. A sharp pain. Kim Ngân matches number 2 with H. Okay, that's right. Be strong and sudden. You think so? You say like you match with H. That's right. Okay. So a sharp pain is strong and sudden. Right. Strong and sudden. 2F. 2H. Strong and sudden. Number 3. A burning pain. A burning pain. Three G, you match with G, right? Feels like fire, very good. If you have like a burning pan, okay, like you have a feeling of being burned, right? Okay, just like you are um, put in fire, right? Okay, it feels hot sometimes. a burning pan. Next one, number 4, a stuffing pan. A stuffing pan. A stuffing pan. So this word like comes from, for example, okay, so you have like this pen, it feels like someone stabbing you with a knife. So we match 4 with E. Feels like something sharp is stuck into you. That's right. 4E. Now, number 5, a shooting pan. A shooting pan. 5B. Okay, so a shooting pan travels fast along parts of your body, right? Okay, so for example, like you have a pen in your back, okay, but like um, that pen starts to radiate, okay, like to other parts of your country, or other parts of your body, okay. So we have like a shooting pen, right? It starts in a body part and radiates to other parts. It starts in one part and starts to radiate and then radiates to other parts of your body, right? You have like a pen in your back, but then you have a pen in your leg too, maybe like in your leg and your stomach, in your arm. So that pen just radiates to other parts of your body. Next one, number 6, we have a dull H. Dull H. So we match number 6 with, let's take a look at your answer. Number 6, you match with C, right? 6C. It is steady and not too painful. Steady and not too painful. So, H. Steady pain, but not too painful, right? Dog H. Next one, number 7, we have the phrase a gnawing pain. Gnawing pain. Can you match that? Gnawing pain. So we match like number 7 with A, right? A gnawing pain feels like it is eating you. Feels like it is eating you, right? And last one, number 8, a gramping pen. A gramping pen you match with D feels like a muscle is being squeezed. Gramping pen. Okay, so let's move on to part 3. Faces like these are used to help children and people who cannot speak a language say how much pain they feel. Joy each activity. Joy each adjective to the face it belongs with best. Okay, so I will write slide. I will number these faces. Number 1, slide number 2. This is face number 3, face number 4, face number 5, and face number 6. Okay? So, can you use the right adjective to describe these faces for me from 1 to 6? You type your answers. So, like, you look at like the first face, like maybe like that pen isn't serious, like it isn't like too painful. So the face is still happy, right? So can you please use the right adjective to describe these faces, okay, for me, from 1 to 6, and you type your answer in the chat box. Okay, so once again, use the right adjectives to describe pen based on those faces. So here, like we have like 6 faces. Like, can you have a guess? and use the right adjective for each phase for me, and you type your answer in the chat box. Okay, so thank you, Ting Joe, for giving me your answer. Let's learn some more new words, okay, to describe pen. Okay, so actually, like, number one is not bad. Okay, so if that pen doesn't hurt much, you can use, okay, it's not bad, right? And phase number two is a slight pen or a mild pen, right? So I type my answer again in chat box. Number one, we have not bad, right? Number two, you can use the adjective slight pen, or mild pen, right? Slight pen or mild pen. Phase number three, you can use the adjective moderate, okay? Moderate or quite bad. Right? Moderate or quite bad. For phase number four, severe. Number four, we have like severe pain. Right? Severe pain, a very serious pain. Okay. Phase number five, we have like agonizing pain. Right? Okay. Agonizing pain, a very serious pain. Okay. Very severe agonizing pain. Right. And last one, we have unbearable pain. For phase number six, unbearable pain. Right, unbearable pain. right? Unbearable pain. You can't bear it, right? You can't bear that pain anymore, okay? And then you're going to like fall out, you're going to pass out. It's like it's too serious, it's too painful, unbearable, right? Okay. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. Listening one, a pain chart. Okay, listening number one. You're going to listen to 4 patients describing their pain. Tick the boxes that describe the pain and mark the position on the body. Right, okay? So here we have like 4 bodies. Get ready to mark the positions, okay, which is in pain. You're going to listen to 4 patients describing their pains, okay? So take a look at this pain chart. Patient number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have some adjectives that we have learned, like burning, stopping, throbbing, shooting, constant, frequent, occasional, mild, moderate, severe, getting better, getting worse, and staying the same. Okay, so you're going to listen and you tick the boxes, okay, and then you mark the body parts of these 4 patients. Okay, so let's start. Listen and tick the boxes. Like patient number 1. So what adjectives, okay, can be used to describe the pain that patient number 1 has? Okay, you tick the boxes here for me and then you mark the body parts, okay, which is in pain.
Listening 1. A pain chart. 1.
How are you today, Kath? Are you still in pain?
Well, there's pain around my stomach. It's quite bad.
What kind of pain is it?
It's a burning pain.
Do you always have it?
It never goes away. Never.
Is it getting worse?
No, it's staying about the same.
2.
How's the pain today, Amir?
It's much better, thanks. I have a slight pain just here in my right side, but it's a lot less painful than yesterday.
How often do you get the pain?
Only every now and again. It comes and goes.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my head.
Whereabouts?
In the forehead, right between my eyes.
Does it feel the same all the time?
No, it changes. Sometimes it's not too bad, but it gets a bit worse at night.
And it's getting more severe now, is it?
A little bit, yes.
I'll get you some painkillers.
4.
So you're having pains in your arm?
Yes, I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm. It starts at the shoulder and shoots down to my hand.
Is this all the time?
No, but most of the time. But it's agonizing when it happens.
When did this start?
It started yesterday, but it's much more severe today.
We'd better take a look.
Okay, so we're going to listen for the second time.
Unit 5. Listening 1. A pain chart. 1.
How are you today, Kath? Are you still in pain?
Well, there's pain around my stomach. It's quite bad.
What kind of pain is it?
It's a burning pain.
Do you always have it?
It never goes away. Never.
Is it getting worse?
No, it's staying about the same.
Okay, so let's take a look at the first patients. Can you type your answer in the chat box, please? So, what type of pain, okay, does the first patient have? Use the right adjective, okay, to describe her pain for me. Okay, and where does she feel the pain? Okay, so I have two questions for you. First one, use the right adjective to describe her pain, and where does she feel the pain, right? Okay, listen again and check your answer and type your answer.
Unit 5. Listening 1. A pain chart. 1.
How are you today, Kath? Are you still in pain?
Well, there's pain around my stomach. It's quite bad.
What kind of pain is it?
It's a burning pain.
Do you always have it?
It never goes away. Never.
Is it getting worse?
No, it's staying about the same.
2.
How's the pain today, Amir?
It's much better, thanks. I have a
Unit 5. Listening 1. A pain chart. 1.
How are you today, Kath? Are you still in pain?
Well, there's pain around my stomach. It's quite bad.
What kind of pain is it?
It's a burning pain.
Do you always have it?
It never goes away. Never.
Is it getting worse?
No, it's staying about the same.
Okay, so let's take a look at your answer. Jung Châu thinks patient number 1 is having a burning pain. Good. And it's saying the same. She feels the pain in her stomach. Excellent answer, Jung Châu. Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, so we mark put a tick burning pain. Constant. It never goes away, right? Okay, and it's staying the same for most of the time. And patient number 1 is having a pain, okay, in her stomach. So we put a mark here. See, stomach. Okay, now patient number 2. Listen. Patient number 2.
2.
How's the pain today, Amir?
It's much better, thanks. I have a slight pain just here in my right side, but it's a lot less painful than yesterday.
How often do you get the pain?
Only every now and again. It comes and goes.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throb.
How's the pain today, Amir?
It's much better, thanks. I have a slight pain just here in my right side, but it's a lot less painful than yesterday.
How often do you get the pain?
Only every now and again. It comes and goes.
Okay, so please type your answers for number 2. Patient number 2. How is his pain, right? How is the pain of patient number 2? Okay, so we take a look at the pen charts one more time. So patient number 2, okay, like sometimes he feels the pen, but sometimes it goes away. Okay, so we choose this adjective, occasional pen. Okay, sometimes he feels the pen, sometimes not. Occasional pen. And he still has a slight pain or a mild. Can you hear that? I still have a slight pain, right? And next one, the pain is getting better, right? The pain is getting better. And we put the mark, okay, on the left side here. So he still got the pain on his left side. Now, patient number 3.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my head.
Whereabouts?
In the forehead, right between my eyes.
Does it feel the same all the time?
No, it changes. Sometimes it's not too bad, but it gets a bit worse at night.
And it's getting more severe now, is it?
A little bit, yes.
I'll get you some painkillers.
One
4.
more time.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my head.
Whereabouts?
In the forehead, right between my eyes.
Does it feel the same all the time?
No, it changes. Sometimes it's not too bad, but it gets a bit worse at night.
And it's getting more severe now, is it?
A little bit, yes.
I'll get you some painkillers.
Okay, so let's move on to patient number 3. Okay, like he is having a throbbing pain. 3, a throbbing pain, right? And right now, like it's not too serious, it's not too bad. So we take mild, right? The like it gets worse at night, right? So he feels more pain at night, and now it's getting worse. The pain seems to get worse, right? Last patient, number 4.
4.
So you're having pains in your arm.
Yes, I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm. It starts at the shoulder and shoots down to my hand.
Is this all the time?
No, but most of the time. But it's agonizing when it happens.
When did this start?
It started yesterday, but it's much more severe today.
We'd better take a look.
One more time.
Does it feel the same all the time?
No, it changes. Sometimes it's not too bad, but it gets a bit worse at night.
And it's getting more severe now, is it?
A little bit, yes.
I'll get you some painkillers.
4.
So you're having pains in your arm.
Yes, I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm. It starts at the shoulder and shoots down to my hand.
Is this all the time?
No, but most of the time. But it's agonizing when it happens.
When did this start?
It started yesterday, but it's much more severe today.
We'd better take a look.
Okay, so patient number 4. So she has a shooting pain, right? Shooting pain. So that pain starts in like one part of the body and it starts to radiate to other parts. Shooting pain. And she has a frequent pain, right? Okay, it starts like more frequently these days, and it becomes severe, becomes more serious or severe, right? And it's getting worse, and she's having like a pain on her left arm, so I put a mark here, left arm. Okay, so let's move on to part 2. You work with a partner. Try to complete these phrases. Listen again and check. Okay, can you type your five missing phrases in the checkbox for me? Okay, to complete these sentences first, and then I'll let you listen to the audio one more time, and you're gonna check your answer. Okay. If you don't remember, you can have a guess first and type the question or a sentence, these sentences in the chat box for me, okay? And then you're going to listen to the radio, to audio one more time, and you check your answer. Okay, so now you're going to listen again and check your answer, okay?
Unit 5. Listening 1. A pain chart. 1.
How are you today, Kath? Are you still in pain?
Well, there's pain around my stomach.
Okay, so the first one we have are you still in pain, right? And well, there's pain around my stomach, right? Okay. Are you still in pain? So we have the phrase in pain, right? Well, there's pain around my stomach. Well, there's pain around my stomach.
It's quite bad.
What kind of pain is it?
It's a burning pain.
Do you always have it?
It never goes away. Never.
Is it getting worse?
No, it's staying about the same.
2.
How's the pain today, Amir?
It's much better, thanks. I have a slight pain just here in my right side.
You hear that? I have a slight pain just here in my right side, right? So I type the answer in chat box. I have a slight pain. here in my right side.
But it's a lot less painful than yesterday.
How often do you get the pain?
Only every now and again. It comes and goes.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my head.
Right? Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my hands. It acts.
And again, it comes and goes.
3.
Do you still have a headache?
Yes, I've got this throbbing pain in my head.
Whereabouts?
In the forehead, right between my eyes.
Does it feel the same all the time?
No, it changes. Sometimes it's not too bad, but it gets a bit worse at night.
And it's getting more severe now, is it?
A little bit, yes.
I'll get you some painkillers.
4.
So you're having pains in your arm?
Yes, I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm.
I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm. So that's the right answer for number 5, right? I keep getting this terrible pain down my left arm. Okay, so let's move on to number 3 here. What kind of pain do you think these conditions might cause? Discuss your thoughts with a partner. Okay? So first one we have a deep cut, migraine, tumor, labor, stomach ulcer. Okay, kidney stones, a broken ankle, and a severe, not severe, like a severed finger, broken ankle. Okay, so I type like the word in the chat box, okay, and you use the right adjective to describe the pain for me, okay. So number 1 we have like a deep cut. So how does a deep cut feel? Use the right adjective to describe this pain for me. Please type your answer in the chat box, okay? How does a deep cut feel? Okay, so how about migraine? So like if you have migraine, okay, like half of the part of your head, okay, like is painful, is in pain, right? Migraine. So how does migraine feel? How does migraine feel? Thank you, Joe. Okay, like for giving me your answer. Okay, so you think like maybe like it's a throbbing and annoying pain, throbbing pain. That's right. So like if you have like a migraine, maybe like it comes and goes. So you can use the adjective throbbing, right? It comes and goes. Throbbing pain. Next one, a tumor. A tumor. Okay, so I just want you to have a guess. Okay, so how does a tumor feel? You think like a tumor is a clamping pain? I don't think so. You can. Tumor, okay, like it's not a cramping pain. It's more serious, much more serious. I feel like tumor is like unbearable or agonizing. So I use the adjective, okay, agonizing. So, so I think a tumor is agonizing, right? Agonizing and stopping too. Okay. Okay. Next one, labor. Labor like is the time, okay, when a woman is giving birth to a baby, right? Okay, so next one. Next situation, a stomach ulcer. Stomach ulcer. So how does it feel? So like is agonizing pain. That's right. Stomach ulcer. Jaw ache. That's right. It's just why it doesn't go away, right? A stomach ulcer like doesn't go away, like it just stays there. Okay, gnawing pain, right? Okay, gnawing pain. Kidney stones. So how do kidney stones feel? Không hiểu things like kidney stones is a cramping pain. I don't think so. It's much more serious than just like a cramping pain. I think like if you have a kidney stone, okay, like as a stopping pain, right? Okay, so like next one, a broken ankle, a broken ankle. A broken ankle. Okay, and the last situation, a severed finger. Okay, I know. Okay, like this lesson, like is a lot of pain, right? It's about pain. Okay, I want teaching this lesson because I want to make you feel painful. Okay, it's like we like just learn. Okay, like the activity to describe pains. I know. Okay, I think like a severed finger is unbearable, right? Okay, severe pain and a dull ache. I think a severed finger is unbearable. No, like it's too painful. You can't spare it. That's what's with you, yes, a sharp pain and unbearable, yes. I agree with you. Because let's have a 10-minute break, okay? So you can have your breakfast. I'll see you after break time. Okay, class, so welcome back. Break time is over. Okay, so now we continue the lesson. Okay, so let's move on to the grammar part, language spots, making comparisons. Okay, so can you match these examples with the rules below? Okay, so here we have like A, it's much less sore than yesterday, thanks. So sore is the same, this word sore is the same as painful. It's much less painful than yesterday, thanks, right? They have more beds in the city hospital. We have less, we have more. Today we study comparisons. This is the strongest painkiller available without a prescription. Strongest. Most women choose to have pain relief when they giving birth. E. Last night, the pain was more severe than this morning. Okay, so we use comparatives to say how things are different. These painkillers are milder than those. Can you read these sentences again? A, B, C, D, and E, and you match, okay, like a sentence to number one for me. Okay, we use comparatives to say how things are different. These painkillers are milder than those. What else? So you match with E for me, right? Okay. Last night the pain was more severe than this morning. Okay, so let's review comparative form. So when you make comparative form, you have to care about why the adjectives. So for short adjectives that have one syllable words, that have one syllable, like tall, like short, like long, like big. Okay, so for short adjective we add er and you make comparison, comparative. Short adjective er. Okay, so we have tall, and then we have taller, right? Short. We have shorter, long. We have longer. Right. And for long adjectives, so there are those who have more than one syllable, like expensive, famous, intelligent, here, right? So we use more, word more, plus long adjectives. Plus. Okay, so expensive, we have more expensive. Next one, like famous, and we have more famous. Okay, so now can you use a comparative sentence to describe like these two things for me? Can you compare a turtle with a rabbit? Okay, so can you compare a turtle with a rabbit for me? So I will give you one example, like the turtle is lower than a rabbit, like this. Okay, so I type my example sentence. So can you please compare a turtle with a rabbit? Rabbit is faster than a turtle. That's right. A rabbit is not as slow as a turtle. Okay, that's right. Now, can you compare? Let's see, a car and a bike. Compare a car with a bike. A car is more convenient than a bike. Very good. Okay, you compare a nurse with a doctor. Let's go. The car is bigger than a bike. Very good. Thank you. A car runs faster than a bike. Good. Okay, so we continue. We match like 1E, right? Last night, The pain was more severe than this morning. Now, next one. To make a comparative stronger, we often use much or a lot, right? You look much better today. So we have like much better, we have a lot better. You can use much or far, okay, plus adjective. ER. So here we have like much better, for example, or far better than. Much better than or far better than. You can use a lot better than. Right. Okay, so the opposite of more is less. So we match number 2 with A. The opposite of more is less. We match with A. It's much less sore than yesterday, thanks, right? Much less sore. Next one, we can use more and less with a noun to talk about quantity. So you match number 3 with B. With B. Right? Okay. They have more beds in the city hospital. More beds. So we use more or less. Okay, for talking about quantity. So more is used for both countable nouns and uncountable nouns. So for example, we have more money, more water, more students. Okay, we use less for uncountable nouns like less time, less money. Okay, and for countable noun we use fewer. We have like fewer students or tables, not fewer money, right? Less money. Okay, so next one. We use superlatives to compare something to all other things of the same type. We match number 4 with C. Superlative. This is the strongest painkiller available without a prescription, right? This is the strongest painkiller available without a prescription, right? Okay, strongest. So let's talk about superlative. Okay, so like we use superlative form when you describe when we compare one thing with the whole group, For short adjectives, we add est to the adjective, like tall, and we have tallest, right? Short, we have Tall, tallest. Short, shortest. But like for long adjective, like famous, we have the most famous. Right? So we use the most. Long. The most famous. The most intelligent. The most beautiful, for example. Okay, so the opposite of the most is the least, right? This is the least serious type of fracture. So the opposite of the most, we have the least. The most, the least. Okay, so next rule. We can use most with a noun to talk about a large proportion of something. So 5, you match with D. 5D. Most women choose to have pain relief when giving birth, right? Most with a noun. Okay, so talk about like a large proportion of something. Large proportion of something. Okay, so let's move on to the practice part. Practice part. Can you look at the information about these 3 painkillers? Complete the sentences, then write 3 more of your own. Okay, so let's take a look at as effectiveness, costs, and side effects, right? So, neurodyne or neurodyne. Say neurodyne is much effective than ibuprofen. So you see like 4 checks, and ibuprofen you see only 1 check. So I'll give you the first example. Neurodyne is much more effective than ibuprofen, right? So number 1, much more effective. Much more effective. Okay, so number 2, ibuprofen is than neurodyne. Like look at the cost. So it's cheaper. Very good. Like ibuprofen is cheaper than neurodyne. Now let's move on to number 3. Let's move on to number 3. Why? Or number 3, ibuprofen has side effects than neurodyne. More side effects. Very good. And number 4, So for number 4, we use like the superlative form for neurodyne. So which one is the most effective in this rule? Yes, number 4, we have like the most effective. The most effective. Okay, can you write slide 5, 6, and 7 for me? Write 3 more sentences to describe, okay, like the effectiveness, the cost, and the side effects of these medicines. Okay, so I'm back. I will take a look at your sentences. Okay, so you write some more sentences in the chat box already. So let's check your sentences. Okay, like ibuprofen is the least effective. Neurodyne is cheaper than sulfafen. Sulfafen is more expensive than Neurodyne. That's right, thank you. Thank you for all of your sentences. Okay, so let's move on to listening number 2, pain relief. You're going to listen to Janice and Karen talking about their experiences of pain relief in labor. Underline the part of the sentence in italics that is true. So here we have like 6 sentences. You're going to listen, okay, and like you underline the correct option for me. So like number 1, their babies are like different sexes or same sex. Number 2, Karen started with gas and air or bethadine. Gas and air made or didn't make her feel good. Number 4, epidural relieved all of the pain or some of the pain. 5, Janice had or didn't have gas and air. 6, Janice lost no or all feeling during her previous birth. Okay, so let's listen.
It starts at the shoulder and
Unit 6. Unit 5. Pronunciation. Unit 5. Listening to.
Listening to.
Pain relief.
Hello, my name's Janice.
Hello, Janice. I'm Karen.
Oh, hi, Karen. Boy or girl?
A boy. And yours?
A girl.
Oh, lovely. I think we gave birth at the same time last night, didn't we?
Yes, I heard you.
Was I making so much noise? Well, it was the pain.
Didn't you have any pain relief?
Oh, yes. I had just gas and air at first. It does relieve the pain a bit, but the effect wears off very quickly. It makes you feel so lightheaded if you have too much. It made me feel sick too.
Oh.
Anyway, when the pain became unbearable, I had an epidural.
Did that help you cope with the pain?
It took away the pain completely. My whole lower half went numb. It was great. How about you?
This was my third, so the pain was easier to bear. I did breathing exercises. I decided to have gas and air if the pain got worse, but I didn't need it. I had an epidural last time, but I didn't like losing all sensation. This time, I wanted to feel the birth.
I'm sorry, Janice. I think you must be mad.
Unit 5. Listening to. Pain relief.
Hello, my name's Janice.
Hello, Janice. I'm Karen.
Oh, hi, Karen. Boy or girl?
A boy. And yours?
A girl.
Oh, lovely. I think we gave birth at the same time last night, didn't we?
Yes, I heard you.
Was I making so much noise? Well, it was the pain.
Didn't you have any pain relief?
Oh, yes. I had just gas and air at first. It does relieve the pain a bit, but the effect wears off very quickly. It makes you feel so lightheaded if you have too much. It made me feel sick too.
Oh.
Anyway, when the pain became unbearable, I had an epidural.
Did that help you cope with the pain?
It took away the pain completely. My whole lower half went numb. It was great. How about you?
This was my third, so the pain was easier to bear. I did breathing exercises. I decided to have gas and air if the pain got worse, but I didn't need it. I had an epidural last time, but I didn't like losing all sensation. This time, I wanted to feel the birth.
I'm sorry, Janice. I think you must be mad.
Okay, so number 1. Can you type your answer in the chat box, please? So, like, their babies are different or the same sex? Thank you, Jingzhou. Number 2, Karen started with yes, gas and air. Number 3, gas and air. Like, didn't make her feel good, right? And number 4, the epidural relieve all the pain or some of the pain. The epidural, like, relieve all the pain. Janice didn't have gas and air, and Janice lost all the feeling during her previous birth. Okay, so let's move on to like the reading part. 10. Going to give you time to skim this one, and you give your answers to like these 5 questions for me, okay? True or false, you type. And then like complete the gaps using verbs from the article. You may need to change the tense. Okay, so let's check your answer for number one. Number one is true. So I type number one true. Number two false. Number three true. Number four false. And number five true. Okay, so I have this exercise for you. Not the right one. Wait. Okay, so do exercise like number one and two. So number one and two first, and you can type your answer in the chat box, okay? Okay, class. So, are you still there? I'm back here. I'm not feeling well today. Maybe I have like a food poisoning. Sorry so much. Okay, so now we correct this one together. Okay, we correct this one. Okay, you can type your answers. You have number one, we write the comparative and superlative forms of these adjectives. Okay, we have the hard, harder, and the hardest, right? Number two, then ask a student. Okay, Trân Châu, are you still there?
Dạ còn á thầy, thầy có ổn không thầy?
Because I'm not feeling well today, but I have to finish the class. Okay, so can you give me your answers for number 2 to number 12? Okay, so number 2
Dạ được
first.
thầy. Number 2 is faster and fastest.
Faster, the fastest. Good. Number 3.
Là weaker and the weakest.
Weaker and weakest. Okay. 4.
4 là better and the best.
Yes. Okay. So well, it's just like good, have better, and the best. So painful.
More painful and the most painful.
That's right. Next one, frightening.
Dạ là more frightening and the most frightening.
That's right. Number 7, sensitive.
Dạ là more sensitive and the most sensitive.
Number 8.
Number 8 is sleepier and sleepiest.
Because this adjective ends with letter Y, right? So we change into like sleepier and sleepiest. Okay, that's why strong.
Yeah, strong là stronger and the strongest.
Stronger and the strongest. Number 10.
Yeah, là more effective and the most effective.
That's right, it's 11.
Yeah, là worst and the worst.
And number 12.
Number 12 is more intense and the most intense.
That's right. Let's move on to number 2. Thank you, Joe, so much. I have taken a nap, not feeling well, but now I'm trying to finish the class. You put a tick, and if there is a mistake, you correct it for me. Okay, by the most words, we'll have by the most words, the worst pain many women experience is in childbirth. Okay, so number 2, we have can you type your answer, type the right answer in number 2 here. Okay, so can I ask Yuka, are you still there?
Dạ, em nghe thầy.
Okay, so how can you correct number 2? It more hurts than it did yesterday. It's not correct, right?
Dạ thầy, là sửa lại là it hotter than it did yesterday.
Actually, the right answer is it hurts more than it did yesterday. Okay, thank you, Ka. Now it hurts her. Hurt is a verb. You need to add er to the verb. It hurts more. It hurts more than. So here we have it hurts more than it did. It did yesterday. Okay, it hurts more than it did yesterday. Now number 3, physiotherapy can sometimes be more effective for back pain than drugs. Number 3, what do you think? Do you think it's like a right sentence or not? Yes, okay, like we change that into then. Physiotherapy can sometimes be more effective for back pain than drugs, not that drug here. Than drug. Number 4. These tests are less painful than others. Can I ask a student, please? Okay, so Utnyi, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so can you correct number 4 for me?
Um,
Okay, so like we have like these tests are less painfuler than others because only like a drop of food is
Sửa ngay
needed.
chỗ
Blood.
painful này.
Mm, that's
Painful
right.
là
So,
bỏ ir thành painful.
mm, yes, very good. So less painful, not less painfuler. That's right. Now number 5. Number 5. You know how to correct number 5. Which drug will give the most effective pain relief? Actually, you don't need to correct number 5 because number 5 is the correct sentence. Okay, the most effective pain relief. Number 6, the fingers are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. One of the most sensitive part. Number 6 is the correct one too. Number 7, my legs ache less when I'm walking than when I'm standing still. What do you think about this sentence? Ache less when I'm walking than when I'm standing still. It's a correct one, right? Ache less or ache more. Because ache is also a verb. It's a noun and a verb too. Number 8, kidney stones are one of the most painful conditions you can have. This is like not one of the most. Kidney stones here we have like S. The plural forms of kidney stones are the most, okay, the most painful conditions you can have, not one. Or you drop the S here and you change R into is. Kidney stone is one of the most painful conditions. It's okay. Number 9, it's difficult to say where it hurts the more. No, not like where it hurts the more. It's difficult to say where it hurts more, right? Where it hurts more. Okay, let's move on to exercise number
Dạ
13.
thầy ơi,
Hmm?
dạ thầy ơi, câu số 6 mình có cần phải thêm the trước most không thầy?
The fingers are one of, yes, okay, the most sensitive part, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, we add like the before most. That's right. Okay, so let's move on to exercise 3. You complete these sentences with the comparative or superlative forms of the adjectives in exercise 1. Okay, so do this one and then you can type your answer in the chat box. Okay, if you see then you can use comparative form, and if you don't see then you can use superlative form. Okay.
So sánh hơn hoặc so sánh nhất.
Bạn Nhung quên tắt mic đúng không?
Okay, so let me give you my answer for number two here. Can I do anything to make you feel better? Right. Number three, moving around is getting okay harder to do. Number four, injection is the fastest way to administer pain relief. He is weaker than he was yesterday. Alright, you can do number 6 to number 12 for me. Okay, so we continue with number 6, right? For children, thinking about the injection is more frightening than the pen itself, right? 7, your fingers are more sensitive than your shoulders. Number 8, he's like feeling sleepy or sleepier now. The pen is decreasing. I can't ignore the pen anymore. It's just getting worse. Number 10. This is like, okay, the most intense pain I've ever felt. These pills are much more effective than those. And number 12, it was the most painful experience I have ever had. Okay, so I have like consider to have this one for you, okay? Please wait. We will have like a quiz here. You check this quiz, okay, and then you type your answer in the chat box, and then I can check your attendance. If you're finished, you can leave the class early today. So please wait. This quiz is to test, okay, like how sensitive are you? Okay, so here I have like, you need to do all the question here. Just like do question number 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so 6 questions here. So like, what is your attitude to pain? You test yourself by answering the question near here. The question, for example, how quickly do you notice changes in your body? Right? So you answer like, I notice the changes in my body